we're only expected to do 16 hours a month of programmatic and shared governance duties compared to the 22 hours a month in every single other program on campus. The school is setting up non-credit program to struggle and fail. It's full-time faculty that are expected to serve on hiring committees when hiring new faculty or administrators, attend department meetings, write grants, serve on accreditation teams, coordinate with K through 12 schools, be the advisors for student clubs, assist our deans when needed, revise and update curriculum, do community outreach and recruit students, be on site for fairs like the Black Family Reunion or the info session happening next week at the CEC. I'm not doing those. I can't. I'd love to, but I'm not paid for that. I'm only paid 4 hours a week. And that should be work that the school is getting for free. We should be doing 5.5, just like everybody else at the school. Our program, students, and the school suffers. So why are non-credit students valued less? This is a non-financial issue and a no-brainer. This is an equity issue. There's no reason why this should be the way it is. I won't get into the weeds of the contract, but the union has requested to minimally equalize this, but the district hasn't changed a thing for non-credit full-timers. They obviously do not care about the students or the faculty in non-credit, and this is what we will continue to tell our students and the community, that you don't care. This campus has been notorious for its lip service. I hope this board sees the value in treating its faculty equitably and eliminating inequities that it just loves to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The next comment comes from Dr. Bernardo.
Good afternoon to the board. From the information that seems to be coming out now, it had not been even 2 months after 2 votes of no confidence that the majority of the previous composition of the board apparently decided to try to sneak through an extension of Dr. Androjonas's contract without announcing it to the public. To this I ask, why? She is currently paid $330,000 a year, which is the maximum allowable amount for her position. This is almost as much money as the President of the United States makes per year. How do you all supporting her justify that to the taxpayers of Pasadena, paying her almost as much as POTUS? Do any of you think she is actually as valuable to us here at PCC as the President of the United States? That her behavior, her disposition, her judgment, her agenda, her professionalism, her work ethic, hang on. Let me stop there, work ethic. What work does she do that is worth the amount that she is being paid? How is what she does that much more valuable to PCC than what the rest of us here do every day? Don't talk to me about ethics. Androjonas seems to have none to speak of. All you have to do is sit through these monthly board meetings for the past 3 or 4 months and listen to who all is getting promoted. Look at who is getting top and choice positions here at PCC. Look at the people who have been chosen to head departments. Everyone publicly praising Androjonas has gotten a promotion. We know that going along to get ahead is what usually happens in business, as it does in academics sometimes, but the shamelessness, the brazen antics and posturing on Androjonas's behalf has been repugnant. I exhort the board to actually give Erica Androjonas an accurate and pertinent performance evaluation. Clearly, this so-called leader of this administration is pleased as punch about her own performance, as she wrote about a year ago in Pasadena Now, likening herself to a gardener and dealing with all of us, her attempt at horticulture or some such nonsense. But we don't need a gardener here. What we need is someone honest, open, transparent, progressive, and worthy of leading us. Androjonas is not worthy of leading us. Not too long ago, there was an article on a local website detailing a black exodus from Pasadena City College. Black and African American faculty and students leaving PCC in droves, not that there were that many to begin with. This Black History Month, I ask, has Androjonas accomplished anything to prevent this black Brexit, this Blacksit from PCC? No, on the contrary, she showed up in Crocs and corduroys at black graduation, careening about the stage and not showing an ounce of respect for the graduates and their families. The disrespect and the disingenuousness both have been astounding from Androjonas. When evaluating her, I ask the board to consider all these things and don't let her write her own ticket to extending a contract that should have been up already.
That concludes public comment for closed session agenda items.
Okay, so we're going to recess to closed session. We have Government Code 54957, Public Employee Employment, Superintendent President, Government Code 54957, Evaluation of Employees, Superintendent President, Government Code 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiator, Agency Negotiator Yerma Rodriguez Moisa, Paul McLaughlin, Unrepresented Employees, Superintendent President, Government Code 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation, Case Public Employee Relations Board, Case Number LACA 6601-E. 5, Government Code 54957, Public Employee Appointment, Assistant Superintendent, Vice President, Career Center Manager. 6, Government Code 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators, Agency Designated Representative Robert Belinsky, Assistant Superintendent, Vice President, Human Resources. 7, Government Code 54956.8, Conference with Real Property Negotiator, address possible satellite location 4105 Rosemead Boulevard, Rosemead, California. District Negotiators Candace Jones, negotiating parties discussion only. Any other college bodies as required by the Ralph M. Brown Act.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor? Trustee Chan?
Aye.
Trustees?
Aye.
Aye.
Approval, reordering of agenda items.
Trustee Chen Lau, I'd like to request that item D12, which is the PCC Foundation audit presentation, that J1, which is the PCC Foundation audit, be moved up to D12.
Is there a motion to?
I'd like to ask that item J3 be considered separately.
Should we
Well,
move
that's
on
already-
those separately?
That's an action item, which is already separate.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So,
Okay.
motion to approve the adjustment recommended by Dr. Newjonas.
Second? Okay. All those in favor? Trustee Chan?
Aye.
All the rest
Aye.
are trustees?
Aye.
Thank you. Now we have introductions and recognitions.
I think we have a very special guest if you'd like to take over. Trustee Chen Lau.
It is an honor and privilege to welcome to the PCC campus Congresswoman Judy Chu.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Pasadena City College Board of Trustees, for allowing me this time to make a very, very exciting announcement, which is that I am thrilled to present a $500,000 check to PCC to support the expansion of your Family Resource Center, which provides critical resources and services to students who are also parents.
Yay! Thank you.
I was proud to include this project as one of my community project funding requests in Congress for fiscal year 2023 for its appropriations process. The Family Resource Center just really grabbed my heart in terms of what it can do to improve access to education for students who are parents. This center was launched in January of 2022 and provides services to student parents such as spaces for their young children to play safely while students access tutoring and complete other tasks related to their education. It's built on PCC's successful Child Development Center, which provides not only critical childcare for children ages 0 through 5, but also opportunities for hands-on learning for students taking courses in child development. As a former educator myself, I've seen firsthand how higher education serves as a proven pathway to a better future. However, accessing higher education and successfully completing a degree can be difficult to navigate for students with young children. Becoming a parent should never be a limit to your ability to obtain a degree or learn a trade, which is why programs like the Family Resource Center are just so important. This new funding will help lower the barriers by giving the Family Resources Center the money to grow its services, including expanding its private spaces for lactating mothers on PCC's 4 campuses across the West San Gabriel Valley. By expanding the supports available to student parents, this new funding will ensure that even more students have the opportunity to pursue and succeed in higher education. So thank you again, Pasadena City College, for welcoming me here today to present this check and for all that you are doing for setting up our students for success. I look forward to seeing how this new funding will impact more of our students and enable them to access even greater, higher goals for higher education. So thank you. And I have this gigantic check that I would like to present to you and have all of you come out to take a picture.
May I just say that on behalf of the PCC Board of Trustees and the staff and students and faculty at PCC, Congressmember Chu, you have our gratitude and admiration for your years of commitment to serving underserved students and families, particularly here at PCC. Your dedication to your district and to higher education have been unrivaled, and we certainly appreciate your continuous effort to ensure that PCC is funded and is funded generously, and we certainly continue to look forward to partnering with you and your terrific staff in moving PCC forward. Thank you so much, and we certainly, again, appreciate so much that you've been doing for PCC. Thank you. Public comments on non-agenda items.
We have a few public comments for non-agenda items, and we also have a couple public comments for the board, for the foundation audit portion.
Oh, great.
The first public comment on non-agenda items comes from Ms. Shaganaka.
Good morning. Vice President, Vice President, what's her name? Ramirez. I was just transferring my comments directly to the superintendent. Good morning. I'm just asking the superintendent, am I allowed to learn volleyball at PCC? So last semester, I have a strong interest in learning volleyball. And then this semester, I take action and I took a volleyball class. However, since from the beginning of the semester until now, every day, the professor will open the door at the big gym, take out the ball, and then he will just sit aside, watching on his cell phone. And then everybody else, they just have a ball and then they're just playing around. Just to give you a background, I have taken basketball, soccer, self-defense, yoga, fitness activities, weight training, you name it. All those classes have one thing in common, which is teachers teach, professor teach, student learn. It's same in every class, political science, English, math, you name it. But in this class, I feel like I am in a park, I'm in a gym. We have a ball and we play around. For me, I have no volleyball background. That means I know nothing about volleyball. I am here to learn. I'm here to grow. However, I only got a free play time, like 3 years old. I don't have anything else other than that. according to the course description, it's clearly said, the learning the basic fundamental of volleyball, technique, skills, fundamentals. That's the purpose I'm taking this. Otherwise, I can get a volleyball and play in the park by myself. I mean, that's literally the equivalent of taking this volleyball class. And then most important, I also believe that since we have a congresswoman right here, it's actually reminded me something I was not prepared before, which is the taxpayer actually paid all those professors, all those schools. Taxpayers paid those professors to teach. Taxpayers did not pay your salary for you to sit on the side and watch your cell phone. And then I believe that you can receive your salary paycheck. That's okay. I'm happy for you. However, at least you need to do some of your job. So basically, I'm just trying to know that for the remaining of the semester, if there's any action can taken, if I still have another half of the semester to learn volleyball.
Thank you.
Instead,
your time has expired. Thank you for your public comment. The next comment comes from Nicholas Hatch. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Nicholas Hatch. Most of you know me through my affiliation with the CORE program, but I am also one of the full-time tenured faculty members in the Division of Kinesiology, Health, and Athletics, who was excluded by my colleagues from the discussion and subsequent statement of no confidence in Dean Dion Miller. I currently represent the division within our larger campus community by serving the college through 2 reassignments, while nevertheless still teaching classes, advising students, engaging in curriculum development, participating in shared governance, serving on hiring committees, facilitating professional development, etc., under the leadership of Dean Miller. Although I am annoyed by the actions of my colleagues in excluding me and presenting themselves as a unified body, my purpose in being here today is to voice support for Dean Miller. I would not want you to think that the lack of my presence here until now was in any way indicative of my complicity with my colleagues' goals. In fact, I owe much of my development as a faculty member to Dean Miller. She was the one who recommended me for the first reassignment as coordinator of Flexible Calendar Program, an experience that has been deeply formative. She supported me when I took over as coordinator for the CORE program as well, another experience that has been even more profoundly formative in developing who I see myself to be and how I relate to my students. She has supported my attendance at conferences, beginning with her suggestion that I attend the Great Teacher Seminar facilitated annually by the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges. I have always perceived her processes for class scheduling, resource allocation, faculty evaluation, and hiring to be straightforward and transparent. In short, it has been my perception that Dean Miller is striving to make the Division of Kinesiology, Health, and Athletics as strong as possible, and I believe her leadership is consistent with that goal. Surely, I am not the only one in the division with whom she does not have an antagonistic relationship. But whatever the case, I hope my presence here today illuminates an alternative perspective that has thus far been presented. Thank you for your time, members of the board. Thank you for your service to our college.
Thank you for your comment. The next comment comes from Dr. Bernardo.
Good evening to the board. I have a question for the trustees. Are you directing Superintendent President Andrew-Jonas to tell HR to offer such terrible and useless things to faculty during negotiations? Or is it Blazinski and the rest of the team taking it upon themselves to just come up with the worst possible ideas and then fling them at the feet of the faculty like take it or leave it prison dinner scraps? For some reason, the Faculty Association seems to be proud of admin finally making an offer of a 70-30 healthcare plan to adjunct faculty, but only those who qualify by teaching 40% or more of the load of full-time faculty. Why? Why is anyone happy with this? FA should be outraged. The instant I saw that offer, I declared it was trash, which begs the question, if the district is being reimbursed by the state of California for the money they spend on providing health care to adjunct faculty, why are they offering this utter trash of a proposal? Glendale Community College and Los Rios and others have found a way to actually adhere to the state's guidelines for health care and pay for 100% of adjunct faculty health care. The guidelines state, 1, the same plans offered to full-time faculty must be offered to part-time faculty. 2, the cost to a part-time faculty member must not be more in a dollar amount than the cost to a full-time faculty member for the same plan. I now ask the Board of Trustees, did President Andrew-Jonas not do her homework? Did the district and Blazinski's negotiations team not even read these guidelines for 100% reimbursement from the state? Let me put it a little clearer. Even when they would be reimbursed 100% from the state, this district under Andrew Jonas decided they would offer a trash proposal that no adjunct could afford, violating the state's rules for reimbursement simply because they do not see, apparently, adjunct faculty as human beings entitled to the same respect and consideration when it comes to their own health as full-time faculty. Either that, or they didn't do their homework. So which is it, board? Do you think your administration was plain malevolent, or were they merely unprepared? Both of these are shameful because we're talking about people's lives, people's health. While I'm not surprised that they aren't, FA should be demanding better for adjuncts. I strongly encourage the board to direct Andrew Jonas and Blazinski and the negotiations team to withdraw their trash offer and offer one that costs 100%, that covers 100% for adjuncts teaching 40% or more of a full-time load. I further encourage the board to direct the negotiations team to find a way to offer affordable health care to all adjuncts regardless of teaching load. There is a chance to get this right. This administration is running out of time. Would you call that a problem of malevolence or just plain laziness and lack of preparation? I have my own ideas about the answer to that. Hopefully, the board doesn't let this trash offer stand as the best PCC can do for its faculty. Negotiations are tomorrow. Toot sweet, do better.
The next comment in public comment comes from Eloy Zarate.
Good evening. My name is Eloy Sarate. I will be presenting tonight for the dual enrollment, but I wanted to speak today is that the reason why we didn't present last month is that the people at Rosemead, were at the El Monte High School Unified District meeting representing the Rosemead staff. And I wanted to come up here and share with you. I know I've updated a few of the board members, but we walked in there with a plan. We walked in there in good faith. We walked in there with a big heart, and we walked into a buzzsaw. It was very difficult, very disturbing, and I've been to a lot of board meetings, a lot of hostile board meetings, but that was one of the most difficult board meetings I've ever been at, because PCC was pitted against disabled students. It was a tough night. We went in with good faith, with big hearts. They changed the agenda on us. We walked in and had to wait for and with the other groups of people. Many of them were my former students that were advocating for their children. We stood there for about an hour, me actively defending all of you, defending the superintendent, defending Mr. Martin. One of the things that's very difficult for me is when people lie in public. And there were so many lies being spoken out against our school, our services, and everything that we try to do to help the community there. I want to just list the people that spoke. I want it to be put in the record, the people that went to the meeting and spoke on behalf of PCC. Administrators, Matthew Barboza, the Dean of Business, Raquel Torres-Ratana, Dean of Rosemead. I spoke, Carmen Rodriguez, speech faculty spoke, counselors, Dr. Selena Medina, Pablo Correon, the Puente counselor, Yvette Valdez, transfer counselor, Roberto Campos, adjunct at Rosemead, staff, Ernesto Padilla, the transfer specialist, Amber Bayardo, the Rosemead success coach. We did the best we could with an open heart for all of you. And I just wanted you to know that these people were traumatized by that night. But we did the best we could. And I hope that we continue forward in good faith with the communities that we try to serve. That's all I've ever asked. And also, Manuel is there too. So Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. The final public comment comes from Terry Stoddard.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, students, management, administration, faculty, and guests. My name is Terry Stoddard, and I'm an instructor and coach in the Kinesiology, Health, and Athletics Division. I've asked members of the Kinesiology Division to stand with me. The signatories of the letter of no confidence, which we delivered to you in December, that are not present here tonight, are carrying out contract work for the college, and one of them who spoke with you is at home with parenting his children. As I speak tonight to represent us, as well as to continue to speak freely, I would like to share with you the following statement regarding our feeling of no confidence in our Dean, Dion Miller. We stood before you on December 14th and January 18th. Since then, in a division meeting, we have been told by our Dean, Dr. Ramirez, that we should allow for patience and grace until Dean Miller returns. We stand before you today to state the following concerns with the following request. We have reported that Dean Miller has promoted and perpetuated violations of the California Education Code as well as the collective bargaining agreement between the district and the Faculty Association. We are here tonight to show our commitment to the division and making sure that the future of the college can be the best it can be. We also are requesting that the process of selecting a new dean for Kinesiology, Health, and Athletics be started immediately because of the following reasons. We received a copy of an email, you received a copy of an email, and it was read into public comment at our last meeting. It indicated that Dean Miller interfered with the process of the hiring process and indicated that she has been eroding the fabric of collegiality for the KHA division. Dean Miller facilitates divisiveness and disunity in our division where collegial relations should exist. Dean Miller disrespects and disparages members of the division. Dean Miller is deaf to our concerns. The kinesiology faculty represented in the vote of no confidence in a statement represent 478 years of instruction and coaching. These years of experience by the signatories have accumulated knowledge, experience, and wisdom, therefore hope of what type of environment is necessary to facilitate productive learning to our Lancers. This is precisely why we have come again tonight. Failing to help us is ratifying Dean Miller's behavior. We request that the process to select a new Dean of Kinesiology, Health, and Athletics be started immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Can I just ask for a clarification on policy on public comments? Alex, yeah. Just there's a request that was made to make a public comment when the meeting started. So what is our policy that public comments cannot be submitted during a meeting?
There we
Okay,
go.
great.
Board Bylaw 2345 says requests have to be received before the meeting starts.
Before the meeting starts?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the clarification. Okay, so approval of minutes for Board of Trustees special meeting, number 11, January 13th, 2023.
Move to approve. Second.
All those in favor? Trustee Chan? Aye. Okay, and then all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great. Approve minutes for regular business meeting, number 12, January 18th, 2023.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Trustee Chan?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Board committees reporting out, information item. Go ahead. Trustee Silver.
I attended the Los Angeles County School Trustees Association meeting on January 23rd in Palmdale, and I saw something very interesting that could be useful to PCC. Palmdale Unified School District has a small bus that is wrapped with an attractive graphic for their school district, and it had really good speakers with fun music playing and blinking lights. And they take this bus and they drive it to where people that might be their students congregate, like grocery store, shopping center parking lots, maybe farmers markets. And inside the bus, it's fitted out with desks, plugs for laptops, and they have admissions people with paperwork right there in this mini bus, so people who are out buying apples might stop by, get paperwork, and maybe even sign up for their school district. And I just thought that would be awesome. I can envision that for PCC as a way to outreach to potential students where they are.
Thank you. Any other committee? Trustee Martin.
Yes, the Budget and Audit Committee met. We forwarded and recommended the 311Q, and we got an updated report on our funding with PARS, and this is the set-aside money the district has invested through PARS to help support our pension obligations and our OPEB obligations, which is the approximately $1,440 a year that we give retirees until they reach, from the time they retire to they reach Medicare age, to help supplement their retirement, their health benefits. So we have two obligations here. We have the OPEB that I just tried to describe, and our pensions. So just quickly for the board, so you have some idea, you can see the slide up here, which is part of the presentation. Maybe you can see it. I can't. But the number I'm looking for I have memorized, and that is the second row up from the bottom. Our OPEB contribution since we started in this plan on April 1st, 2018, we've actually grown this by $1,360,000 that we would not have otherwise had. So that's good news, and that's even now with the market having recently taken a rather substantial downturn. So even in this downturn over the long haul, the district has made money, and of course this is a long haul plan. So many more years before this will be necessary. The second page is on our okay, go back to the second page you were just at, Candace. Hard to see here, but our 3-year return is about 0.72%. So again, we wish and expect that to be a better return than 0.72% in the long term, but even now, as we're in a kind of a downturn, we still are up 0.72%. Our pensions that are also there, the money we've set aside, nowhere near comes close to the obligation that we have for STRS and PERS. But it is nice to know that we have made $722,000 in this plan. It similarly has made a very similar return. The investments are very similar. It's about 0.71%. So I wanted to give the board a quick update from Budget and Audit that we do look at this at least several times a year, almost quarterly, and try to keep track on it on behalf of the district and hopes to improve our position for retirement to support our staff. That's my report from Budget and Audit. Thank you for your help, Candace.
Combined consent calendar.
Actually, no, it's D12.
Oh, D12. Okay, so this is
PCC
where we have the PCC audit presentation, please. And then before,
we have two public
we have public comment on that. So I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to sit back down, and then we have our public comments first. Thank you. My apologies.
The first public comments from Don Schweitzer.
Good evening. I'm Don Schweitzer, the current president of the Pasadena City College Foundation. We are very pleased to have our 2021-2022 audit being presented tonight by our auditors. I've been involved with the foundation since 2014. We are a 33-member diverse board representing a cross-section of the PCC district. First, I want to report that no one can be more excited than the foundation board about our successful bond campaign for $565 million that passed with almost an unheard of 70% voter support. We were pleased to be the majority donor of that campaign to support the college. As the results of the elections were certified in January, I want to thank the members of the foundation board, you, the trustees, and the college's superintendent president, faculty, and staff who volunteered their time and efforts to the campaign. This success was decades in the making. I think you know that. PCC is the beloved institution it is today because we checked the boxes in all success categories. Committed and exemplary faculty, dedicated and diligent administrators and staff, an active and vibrant student body, award-winning and nationally acclaimed academic programs and student services, and a palpable dedication to diversity, equity, and inclusion. With 70% of our community supporting our bond campaign, this community has cast their vote of confidence in us. The challenges and struggles of the pandemic and its aftermath are behind us. And I would like to personally, and on behalf of the PCC Foundation Board of Directors, underscore our vote of confidence. Tonight, as our audit is presented, we are proud that over the years, the PCC Foundation has grown to the second largest community college foundation in the entire state of California. It is the relationship between the leadership of the college, which includes you, the Board of Trustees, and the leadership of the foundation that has made this possible. Our community has invested in us, and now it's time for us to provide a return on that investment. As a foundation, we are looking forward to continuing our successful work with the college's leadership to partner in the bright and exciting future that lies ahead of us. In the remaining time that I have as the board president, I look forward to working with each and every one of you individually and collectively to make Pasadena even better than what it is now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And that is the public comment on this item. There's one more public comment for item J3 later.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rick Alonzo. I'm a partner with I. Bailey, and we're the auditors for the foundation. So at this time, I'll give a quick recap of the audit report. So the scope of our audit is to give an opinion on the financial statements. As auditors, we come in, we look at the financial statements, and we give an opinion on those financial statements. I'm happy to report the foundation received an unmodified opinion. An unmodified opinion is the cleanest opinion we can give as auditors, and it states that the financial statements are fairly stated in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. Keep in mind, as auditors, we come in and we look for errors in the financial statements. And if we note any errors in the financial statements, we go to the foundation's management and basically in the form of an audit adjustment. I'm happy to say we did not have any audit adjustments for this fiscal year. So the foundation received a clean opinion without any audit adjustments. So we did not note any errors in the financial statements. We're required to let those in charge with governance, if we had any difficulties encountered during the course of the audit, any disagreements with management in the course of the audit. I'm happy to say we didn't have any of those issues. When we do the audit, the foundation is always very professional. They give us their information in a timely manner. We never feel that they're hiding any type of information for us. So just to recap, the foundation received an unmodified opinion. And we also did not have any what we call findings or comments to let you guys know. As auditors, I always say that, we can't give positive assurance. Auditors can only give negative assurance. So we don't have any letters with any type of comments. So the foundation received a clean audit for this fiscal year. At this time, I can answer any questions that anyone might have with the foundation report.
Any questions? I guess it's a good thing that you don't have any good questions from this board, and certainly thank you for your work, but I also like to acknowledge the foundation president, Don Schweitzer, for his leadership in guiding the foundation this year, as well as the foundation directors. Thank you.
Thank you. You guys have a great rest of the meeting.
Do we have a motion to receive the fiscal year 2021-2022 foundation audit?
So moved. Second.
All those in, Trustee Chan. Aye. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great, thank you. Can we go back to, okay. Approve a consent calendar items F1 through H23.
Move we approve.
Second.
Trustee Chan? Aye. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Can you please scroll? Yes, thank you. Approve personnel consent calendar I2 to I4.
Motion to approve. Second.
This one, Trustee Chan does not vote on. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Now we have action items recommended for approval. 2 is Resolution 758 in support of Women's History Month, March 2023.
Move to approve.
Second.
Trustee Chan? Aye. All those in favor?
Aye.
Resolution 761, resolution of the Board of Trustees of Pasadena Area Community College ratifying the amendment to the contract of employment of the superintendent president by the Pasadena Area Community College District. I understand we have a public comment.
There is one public comment on this item from Todd Jones. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Board. My name is Todd Jones. I live in Altadena, and I support PCC in spirit and through my taxes. Thank you for your attention this evening. I'm speaking on item J3, the resolution ratifying amendment to Superintendent President Androjonas' employment contract. I read Resolution 761, and I could only imagine the pain of realization that this current board must have experienced upon learning about the secret agreement that had transpired in 2021 under the previous Board of Trustees. Ponder that word, trustees. What happened under the previous board was anything but trustworthy. When you read Resolution 761 and you work hard to understand it, you will also feel the pain that went into writing it. It's complicated. Piecing together the puzzle, I learned that the employment agreement was meant to expire on June 30th, 2022. Yet in their July 21st, 2021 closed-door meeting, a document emerged which extended the employment agreement from June 30th, 2023 to June 30th, 2024. So how? Remember the puzzle? How did it get extended from June 30th, 2022 to June 30th, 2023? Did that happen under another secret closed-door meeting? The Brown Act wants to know. Did previous board president Osterling make any notes about that meeting and extension agreement? The Brown Act wants to know. I applaud the current board, the reformed board, for this resolution and their effort to correct these egregious violations of public trust. Such secret closed-door agreements, which define the college's leadership, erode public trust and are violations of the Brown Act. Can the current board fix this? The Accrediting Commission for Community and Junior Colleges wants to know. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Government Code Section 54953C3 requires that this board make an oral report in open session before taking final action on an employment agreement for a local agency executive, summarizing any recommendation regarding compensation, including salary and/or fringe benefits. Consistent with this requirement, the board provides this oral summary of the salary and fringe benefits as set forth in the proposed amendment to the contract of employment between the Pasadena Area Community College District and Dr. Erica Androgenis. The proposed amendment was posted with this evening's agenda as item J3 and provides as follows. Contract term extended from June 30th, 2023 to June 30th, 2024. Annual salary of $330,000. Allowance of a one-time cash out of up to 15 days of unused accrued vacation from the 2020-2021 academic year. That concludes the board's report pursuant to the Government Code Section 54953C3. I will now open this item for discussion and action. Trustee Gibson.
I'd like to propose a modification to one clause, the fourth whereas. I'd like to change the wording to be, whereas the district does not have a formal evaluation in Dr. Androgenis' personal file, but a satisfactory evaluation was issued in closed session. That's the proposed new wording for that clause, whereas, the fourth whereas.
I'll second that amendment.
All those in favor except Trustee Chan.
In favor of the amendment.
In favor of the amendment.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have I'd like to propose an amendment to the fifth clause, whereas, adding one word. The new wording will be, whereas, during the same closed session of the regular meeting of the district's Board of Trustees, approved an amendment to contract of employment of the superintendent president. Amendment to employment.
You just said closed.
Agree.
You just said closed.
That's what the lawyers told.
The fifth whereas.
So the tape is on. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
The amendment to employment agreement, but failed to properly approve or ratify it in open session. That would be the new wording for the fifth whereas clause I'm proposing.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
All right.
Okay. And now we're going to take the
Opposed.
Excuse, you're opposed? Okay. One opposed.
I was going to make a discussion on the full resolution as amended.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So just for a touch of clarity, there was an evaluation done. That evaluation did not get into the proper place in the district where it was supposed to be recorded. So this last amendment was reflecting on the fact that, in essence, the evaluation did occur, and it just was not put in the right place. The second amendment we just made was acknowledging the fact that this item was not properly agendized. It was discussed as appropriate as a closed session item. It was reported out of closed session that the action occurred, but it was not reported out properly the way it should have been reported out. And as previously just said, it wasn't agendized properly. So our effort here was to go back and show transparency and truth in all of these actions and correct, to the extent we possibly could with the help of legal counsel, the actions that did occur. But for clarity, it was announced out, but it was not announced properly. There was an evaluation. It just didn't make the proper location in district files to be properly recorded. And we're trying to recognize these errors and correct them.
Trustee Silver?
And I'd also like to add, there was a vote taken in open session, which is clearly viewable by anybody that would care to see the YouTube video from July 21st, 2021.
Thank you. Do you have a motion for the resolution?
Motion to approve.
A second.
All those in favor? Abstention? Okay. Oppose? Okay. Great, thank you.
I'm going to make one more comment, if I may. Now that we've acknowledged our error, these are very complicated legal issues, and I am not an attorney. I'm just a normal guy. And we rely on our legal counsel when we go through these actions to guide us on the proper way of doing that. And I'm appreciative of our new legal counsel that is very tightly watching this so that we will do it properly going forward the first time. So.
Thank you. Okay. We have 4 is BP 5700 Athletics.
This is Board Policy 5700 Athletics. In the Accreditation Committee, we had met. There have been some changes in the wording of the athletics program, and we also just fixed it up, some of the sentence structure to make it flow a little bit better. And it was approved, and we are bringing it up to you for board approval.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve Board Policy 5700.
Second.
Second.
Okay. Trustee Chan? Aye. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great. Authorization to transmit second quarterly financial status report?
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Chan? Aye. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approval of student health fee?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Trustee Chan? Aye. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
2023-2024 non-resident tuition fee, Education Code Section 76141.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Trustee Chan? Aye. All those in favor?
Aye.
Approve additions, modifications, and deletions to the credit curriculum.
Move to approve.
Second.
Trustee Chan? Aye. All those in favor?
Aye.
Information items. Enrollment strategy presentation.
Okay, this presentation will be given by Dr. Miri Maltunji as well as Crystal Colross. Unfortunately, Dr. Ramirez is down with the flu, so Crystal is pinch hitting this evening.
Well, thank you, Board. Thanks for allowing us to be here again tonight. I'm sorry I'm not Dr. Ramirez. She's much more entertaining, but I'll do my best. So today we want to talk a little bit about where we are and where we hope to go, and we want to look a little bit at winter since we're going to bring winter back in 2024. Yay! So previous winters, this is what this looked like. Our head counts how much we earned in FTS for credit and non-credit and our total. And Dr. Ramirez has made a bit of a projection of what she hopes to have as FTS in 2024 for the winter intersession. Looks good. Okay, good. Let's go on. And a little bit about headcount and FTS trends. As you can see, we gave you kind of a running total of heads there from 2017 through our current year. You can see we were already on a bit of a dip, and then in 2021, 22, we kind of took a nosedive. 22, 23, we still took another nosedive, but we're hoping to bring that back up. It's a little better, but we're not where we'd like to be. And as you can see, we lost a little bit of FTS in 21, 22. This year, 22, 23 is what we call in progress. We're not done yet, so we're hoping to make some of that up. And then we're projecting for 23, 24 about 21,017 FTS. Good. All right, yes, all right, so let's talk a little bit about productivity. I think Dr. Ramirez just put this on to torture me, but good for her. So a little bit how this works. So one FTS, and I know FTS, everybody thinks that's a full-time equivalent student. It could be, but this is a funding formula, so it's not exactly that. So this is one FTS equals 525 instructional hours, and this is how we generate revenue for FTS. So revenue is very important. Revenue needs to exceed cost of instruction. So we use what we call efficiency metrics, WISH over FTF and FTS over FTF. And I'm going to show you some lovely charts, and I think you've seen them in your, yes.
Tell us what WSCH stands for.
I would love to. It's weekly student contact hours. Yes, yes, thank you for asking, sorry. I think everybody knows these little terms, but they don't. So weekly student contact hours, in other words, how many contact hours every week an instructor has with a student. So that's what it is, okay. So we did charts because they're fun. So this is 17, 18, and what we look at in the first set, fall 17, is we're looking at WISH over FTF. So WISH, weekly student contact hours over our full-time equivalent faculty. And if you see that bolded number, what we look for an efficiency number there on a compressed calendar is about 590. And that seems like a lot. So a lot of colleges, because we're on a compressed calendar, go to the next column, which is FTS over FTF, because the number we're looking for there to target for efficiency is 17.5. That's your maximum sort of efficiency. You go above that, you're just doing remarkably off the charts well. We look to see if we can get to 17.5. So we broke this out by each division, so no judgment here either. So you can see how we're doing by division. We did it again for spring 2018, same numbers. Everybody good? Spring is always a little lower in these numbers than fall. It's just the way it works. Yes?
So sorry. So you're saying that we want to be that FTS over FTEF number, we want to be closer to 17.5.
Correct.
Thank you.
That's our goal. So now we look at what happened this year, and we are in 2022, 23, and as you can see, they're even lower than they were in 17, 18. Not unexpected during our current conditions. This is why Miriam is standing here next to me to talk to you how we're going to fix those things. So we look at this and we use these as gauges. They're just tools in our kit to figure out enrollment strategies for the college and where we need to do some fixing. It's just a tool. It's just how we look to measure efficiency at the college. Okay, so some of our retention efforts that we're working on, we're in hold harmless right now, and we understand hold harmless. We still get money, even though we're not meeting our FTS. Yay us, that's a good thing. So we're in hold harmless for a while, but that doesn't mean that we can't work on our class offerings and our program completions, so that going forward, we can meet our FTS and our student-centered funding formula targets. Miriam, I think that's you.
So our efforts are really on retention and enrollment, and as you've heard in our presentations throughout this semester, we've been really trying to ramp up our enrollment strategies through outreach and marketing, and as well as our retention strategies through working with instructional staff and faculty, and our success center is really working with counseling and success coaches. We're really trying to pull up all the stops to make sure that our students are able to continue and be supported throughout their educational journey, as well as through their starting points. So as we've been receiving applications for summer and fall 2023, we've been engaging students from the get-go. Our outreach and recruitment staff has been working on a communication campaign. Our virtual support center and our call center are all working to answer questions for our students as they come up throughout the enrollment process. On Monday, we're gearing up for our summer registration. And so all of our programs, all of our empowerment programs are going to be focusing sort of on that effort and gearing up for our big fall 2023 enrollment. And so we're really trying to work on helping students forecast their courses if they're currently with us, and if they're starting out with us, really plan on what their beginning steps will look like throughout our matriculation process.
Yay, more numbers, back to me. Okay, so it's not FTS alone. The student-centered funding formula is based on 3 factors here. First, it's base plus FTS. So basic is that we get $9.9 million a year for the Colorado campus. Someone's going to nod that I'm right. And we get like 1.9 for the Foothill campus because that is a state-approved additional campus. So that's what we call our basic plus FTS. So that's one part of the formula. And our FTS is based on a 3-year average, so it's kind of rolling. As we complete a year, it gets added on, the 3rd year before that goes away, so it's kind of rolling, but we use an average, and that's what we use as our base for FTS. The next part of it is success. It's students who complete degrees, certificates, and also we get a little extra in there if they are also Pell or Promise Grant students. And then the last part of that is our AB 540, we get extra for that, and our Pell and Promise Grant. So that's how we do, yes.
Sorry.
No, please.
These numbers, so of the total revenue under the SCFF process, what share of that total revenue is the base versus success and or it's a supplemental?
Well, thank you for asking me something I know. So the first one there, the base plus FTS is about 70%, and the rest of the funding formula is about 30%.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, is it more me? I think, any more questions? Yes.
What's AB 540?
Sure, those are, yeah, I can tell you, but she'll say it better.
Those are our students who have been attending high school for 3 years that are receiving undocumented status with us and are rated at our resident rates, so not treated as international or non-resident tuition.
I knew she could do that. Good job. Okay. Any other questions on this one? Good. Okay, great. Okay, now I know this one is Miriam.
So we've been monitoring our progress with student applications and enrollment. This is just a chart among many, many charts and numbers that we receive. I will say that the fall 2022, as we've gone through our assessment of fraudulent students, this does not exclude those numbers. So the fall 2022 numbers do not exclude our students that have been flagged as possible fraudulent students, of which we had about 10,000 between summer and fall of last year. I wasn't able to pull those out of this number when we shared this PowerPoint with you, but the spring numbers do reflect. I was able to remove all the students that were flagged as potential fraudulent student, and all of those have gone through rigorous investigations as far as we can get with the tools that we have. I will say that this has been just sort of my weekly ongoing assessment of our student applicants as they come in. ITS does their work in terms of what we have set up to identify fraudulent students, but they're getting much, much more savvy, and so we've been sort of monitoring them as they've registered for classes. And so this is more reflective of what our actual numbers of applicants of enrolled and not enrolled students are for spring. Like I said, I didn't pull those out for fall. I didn't have those numbers at the time. Any questions about those slides? All right.
Are these numbers that you would expect that don't enroll? Or is this?
Yeah, so part of it, I know some of our high schools really do push a lot of students to apply to the college, and because we are open enrollment, like a lot of students do apply sort of as a scatter shot, and then as they find out whether they're getting in or not into universities and so on. So this is pretty normal for us. As far as the decline has been sort of total applicants, if that makes sense. So our total applications has sort of dropped. But we've stayed sort of on par with our percentage of enrolled, not enrolled students. So we're going to try to keep encouraging more enrollments and work on figuring out how to close that gap with the not enrolled students, and continue to build out our diverse student potential populations, right? So we're working with financial aid, with other leads. We've partnered with various community organizations to try to encourage more engagement, working with our CTE areas to see what we can do on the vocational sector of we've been a transfer college. We're not only that. And so really figuring out how to let our communities know that we have other opportunities to offer a broader community is sort of what we're working on right now. Mm-hmm. And one of the other components of the student-centered funding formula is completion. We started auto-awarding several years ago and have been refining that process as we've gone along every semester. We are sharing with you some of our evaluator-posted and auto-award numbers. Certificates didn't come into play until 21-22, and we're continuing to enhance our ability to auto-award. So just to explain a little bit about what auto-awarding is, we have a system that's built out that will audit student completion towards a goal. And with that, we've been able to, for students who have credits at PCC, be able to audit them en masse. And a lot of students we found were not applying for certificates or degrees and that they've earned, and so we are awarding them with their completed degrees, and so we're making big efforts to try to make sure that students are receiving their earned degrees and certificates. With that said, we're also trying to make sure that we're communicating regularly with them to make sure that they understand how close they are to goal completion and things like that, and so as we continue to refine our auto-awarding process, we're working more closely with our evaluators to really make sure that our incoming students who have external transcripts are evaluated so they have an appropriate audit as they go through with our college to know exactly where they stand. And right now, we're not quite there yet in terms of evaluations, but we're really trying to build that out so that we're more intentional about students' access to a degree audit that's very close to what that encompasses the multitude of colleges that some of our college students come in with, right? So, you'll start to see this sort of auto awarding and evaluator posted numbers sort of shift a little bit more.
I have a question,
Yeah.
and certainly thank you for presenting these numbers, because I know that the board has asked for numbers, and here you are, you're giving us lots of numbers.
Yes.
Between you and Christo, we have lots of numbers, so thank you for that. Now, for the 2022 and 2023, I noticed that here it says in progress, so this is year to date?
Yes. Yeah, this was as of like last Thursday.
Right, and so as you think about the end of the semester, June 30th, and comparing these numbers to 2022, 2021, we're at 531, and you look at those numbers, we're at 3,000, 5,000, 4,000. What is your confidence metric in whether we will hit similar or numbers?
We're feeling the impacts of our lowered enrollment over the pandemic period, for sure. So I don't, I don't anticipate it meeting where we've been, but we're, you know, if we can robustly increase enrollment, then we get our pool back up to where we can be. We are really trying to work very closely on more intentional student outreach to make sure that transcripts get in. So there are some barriers to completion that we're trying to address that have not been a factor that we haven't really been able to address before. And so thank you. We're working as much as we can in order to make sure and ensure that as many students as possible can get the degrees and certificates that they've earned. However, because of the enrollment decline, we're starting to feel that on the completion end.
Thank you.
And so I will have to give big props to Crystal and her team for creating so many dashboards, data dashboards that we have available on our website, and we're going to continue to build those out so that we're as transparent as possible with our enrollment metrics. This is just a snapshot of one of the dashboards that is available on the enrollment side, but we also have a number of different data dashboards that help guide sort of the inquiry that we're doing and trying to make sure that we're intentional with student outreach and so on. And so data is hyper important for what we do. It really allows us to work towards our mission of customized student service, and we are really trying to work towards that goal. We're not trying to provide the same services to all students, but really being intentional about who gets what they need in order to make it through enrollment to completion at PCC. So the dashboards and the data has been hyper helpful with all of that.
Questions?
I have a question. Hi. This is fabulous. Thank you so very much. And I know a lot of thought and time and effort went into it, so it is appreciated. I have a question back when you were looking at the efficiency numbers. Was that correct? Yep. The phrase for the various fields of study?
Uh-huh.
And it surprises me that health sciences is so low.
Oh, I can explain that.
Okay.
It's actually, I look at it and go, I'm kind of grateful, because in health sciences, we have programs that have special accreditation that really limit the faculty-student ratio. Because we really want, if you think about nursing, right, or dental, you really want students getting a lot more faculty contact, so they have smaller class sizes. So that's why their numbers are lower.
Okay.
Is SSC social science?
That's correct, that's social sciences.
What?
SSC is social science. I wasn't sure of that, that's all.
Great. Any other questions? Comments? Trustee Martin?
Yeah, I'm very appreciative of this, and it's very important. In addition to the tremendous work you all are doing to generate student count and remind our community what we have here, it's been my observation over many, many years that probably the two biggest impacts on enrollment are the state of the current economy and demographics. On the state of the current economy, if you look forward to when the recession is going to happen, you might have some idea of when our student enrollment might increase again. I won't ask you for an opinion on that because every economist has one and they all disagree, and now it's to the point where most really good economists confess they don't know. So on that one, it will be what it is. But on demographics, we might be able to have some inkling based on high school population as to what we might be facing in the next couple of years. And not just, the feeder schools, and most of them are in our district, but some are not. And getting that information and looking a little bit ahead, I think would be helpful to be considered as decisions are being made. So I just give you that thought, comment, suggestion.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Mark. Well, thank you so much to you both for this presentation. I know that there will be more to come. And again, terrific job on bringing the data for us to be much more informed in terms of how the data informs the enrollment strategy. So thank you again both. Okay, great. And now we have the presentation for part of the enrollment strategy, which is dual enrollment. Before you start, I just want to acknowledge that your team has took a lot of effort to put this together, and it's long overdue. And I just want to say thank you for being here and putting this presentation. We've had dual enrollment on our future agenda item for quite some time, and we're just so thrilled that you and your team are here to present. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. My name's Eloy Zarate. Hello. We have all this ready. We have everything organized. We rehearsed. And then our fearless leader, Dr. Torres Retana, has COVID and couldn't come tonight. So I think, I know she's probably watching us, so we're nervous on our side about making sure that we do her rightly due of all the work that she's done. But I think this is also a reminder that we're still in a pandemic, right? Like you just can't plan everything perfectly because out of the blue, these things are happening and they're still happening. And a lot of what you're going to see tonight in terms of what we're going to present, all the strides that we made, all the growth we've done right in the middle of the pandemic. So it's really important to always keep that in mind. Yes, we've had delays, we had illnesses, we've had new hires, but we want to present the partnerships that we've been doing in terms of, and making in terms of dual enrollment, and giving you a really important idea of not only where we've come, but where we're going. And I think that's a really important thing to keep in mind, that we are growing dramatically, and we want to give you that snapshot picture of where we are and where we anticipate to be in the next few years. So we're going to do our introductions. I'll go first. My name's Eloy Zarate. I am the dual enrollment chair. There we are. I am the dual enrollment chair. I have held this position for about 2 years. Thankfully, Dr. Ramirez and Dr. Androdonis saw that it was important to have a faculty liaison, right? Somebody that's there between the administration and the faculty. And I think it's important to know that dual enrollment is all about partnerships, not just with our high schools, but it's one of those few important programs that you have students, faculty, administration, trustees, all working together to get these things done in unison.
Hello, I'm Orne Waneri. I'm the assistant dean at the PCC Northwest site for the last 3 weeks. Previous to that, I worked with Upper Bound, which is a program that's in our communities, which is heavily in Northwest. So over the last couple of weeks, I've had the opportunity to speak with parents, students, the administration, our partners at MUIR. A lot of the parents, thankfully, are familiar faces because of my previous work. And so it's been really exciting I'm excited to share with you some of the numbers from Northwest. They're actually extremely impressive, so.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Carlos Castillo, and I serve as the educational advisor for PCC Educational Partnerships, including dual enrollment, concurrent enrollment, high school articulation. And my job really is to support both interested students and enrolled students in our programs, and by extension, their families as well, with anything they need in terms of questions regarding with paperwork, enrollment, a lot of the day-to-day. I also work closely with a lot of, really all of our high school partners in the coordination, communication regarding classes, regarding students, and functions of the entire program.
So it's important to start with our mission, just so you all know what the mission of dual enrollment is. It's to create and foster relationships with our local high school districts, and you'll hear more about that in a little bit. And it's also to create inclusive opportunities that are equitable so that our students that are in these communities have an opportunity to take college classes before they officially are freshmen or first years in college. So yes, that's our mission.
And so while educational partnerships refers to the opportunities that PCC offers to the high schools and our communities at large, there's a lot more that goes on the PCC side of things that we would like to first acknowledge and thank. So all the way down from instruction, or the Vice President of Instruction, to the academic deans who support us in terms of courses, course sequences, meeting with our partners, making themselves available to kind of give guidance in terms of pathway development, course offerings in the future, and also working closely with faculty members and finding assignments that fit our needs and our partners' needs, including the focus on hiring faculty when that's needed. So a big thank you to the academic deans for that. There's also folks in other areas that support us. A huge piece, a huge department that supports educational partnerships, dual enrollment, is admissions and records. There is a lot of work that goes on in terms of application processing, paperwork processing, and the actual enrollment of students. And we'll go into the details of our programs, but quickly, in dual enrollment here at PCC, students get manually enrolled by admissions and records, and it takes a lot to go through. You'll see the numbers, how many students that requires to do for. And so admissions and records has been very supportive, very integral to educational partnerships and what we're doing. Rosemead staff, so Raquel being housed Dean Torres Satana being housed at PCC Rosemead. The Rosemead staff also supports student workers, administrative assistants, and admissions and records representative there at PCC Rosemead. Their efforts as well are important here for us. Academic scheduling, we could not be able to have our classes at these high school sites without academic scheduling, making sure we're in compliance with contact hours, and making sure that all the things like days off, both on the PCC side and our high school partner sides, are being accounted for in the scheduling of these classes. And then, of course, PCC outreach, facilitating dual enrollment application workshops specifically for these students at partner sites. So with these, in conjunction with others, counseling, and we'll get into it later, student services as well, that support the efforts of educational partnerships here at PCC. So educational partnerships provides 3 different opportunities for high school students, middle school students to receive credit from PCC, college credit. So we have high school articulation, referring to high school classes that have been reviewed and agreed upon to articulate to PCC classes. And these provide students with an opportunity to get college credit and kind of start that journey with PCC. We also have concurrent enrollment, which refers to high school students or middle school students kind of individually taking a class, either one-off or multiple classes in their trajectory as high school students or middle school students with PCC, so they can take classes that are after school, in the remote, online, asynchronous, or during the day if they're schedule allows. In concurrent enrollment, there are some similarities to dual enrollment, as you'll see, but that is students navigating kind of the process, the PCC process, and taking a class on their own. And then we have finally CCAP or AB 288 dual enrollment. So at PCC, this is referring to PCC classes being taught primarily at high school campuses or middle school campuses, and our instructors go to these sites and teach a PCC class, and those classes are closed off for students from that particular school, and provide them with the opportunity to take the class either after school or during the day, depending on the partnership and the class. And so today, for the purpose of this presentation, we're really going to focus on CCAP dual enrollment here at PCC. But these are just a snapshot of the ways that students can get college credit with us while either in high school or middle school.
So Carlos mentioned CCAP, and so what CCAP is College and Career Access Pathways. That's the state lingo for dual enrollment. So just to give a little bit of history, dual enrollment or CCAP first started in 2003 with it was more simplistic, where we needed to provide enrichment opportunities for eligible high school students. It's really expanded upon now due to its popularity. Students are able to get ahead, enter college as second years, and some of them even with their AA already while in high school. And so we have non-CCAP dual enrollment as well. And what non-CCAP enrollment is for schools that are not public. So we only have one with PCC that Eloy will talk about in a little bit, but the majority of our CCAP agreements are with 8 high schools that are public.
Our partners. You see here the list of high schools that we have agreements with. At the end of this month, on February 28th, Gabrielino will be sending our MOU to their board to be approved. So we'll be adding another high school. That's where my kids went to school. So I think this is an interesting list, and it's something that I want to make clear about how these programs work. We have these agreements, but it doesn't mean that all of these high schools were ready to jump on board with us. And in many ways, we had to advocate in a way where we had to ask the schools, what do you need from us, right? The way we serve our students, right, is that they come with something that we already have, and we move them through programs. Often these schools are resisted because they feel that PCC is not the pathway for their student or their demographics at their schools, things that they have articulated out loud to us. And we've had to argue that we provide a lot more for these schools than just going to transfer. Like you heard earlier about how do we promote our CTE programs? How do we get these other things that we do on this campus that might attract these schools to say, hey, maybe that's something that we want to look into? Because a lot of these schools look that it's transfer, you're just going to go to a 4-year, but we offer a lot more. So a lot of these schools, our relationships are, they already have programs that they want to expand, and that we have a pathway for them to work. Do you have a question?
You finish your sentence.
Okay. And there are pathways that we can help them expand. Or there are certain specific programs that we offer that we want them to have on their campus. So in many ways, it's not a one-size-fits-all. All these different schools have the different visions on how they want us to partner with them. And what we've turned into, and Raquel would say, we put out a buffet, right? I think Trustee Wang was there when we had the meeting with Arcadia. Here's the buffet. You choose what we want, and we will provide that service to you. So it's a very different relationship in terms of how we work with these schools, because every school has a different idea of what they need from us. Yes?
And to that point, do you see that there's a trend now with the changes in demographics, or changes within the district leadership, or even with the leadership on the PCC board, that there is much more appetite for dual enrollment classes. For example, in La Cañada, to your point, they weren't informed about dual enrollment classes. It wasn't that they weren't accepting of dual enrollment classes, and when they learned about not just about the transfers, but about APs and all that, they were much more acceptable and they were really excited. So I just want to see, from your point of view, as you continue down this path, whether there is that trend that will change given all those variables.
I think that'll be in the next slide.
Okay, great.
I think it's not an appetite. I think they're starving for what we have to offer. But I think one of the, Professor Wang, Trustee Wang,
go ahead first.
Yeah, there is an appetite. There's a change in attitude. I know Trustee Silver and I had a long conversation about the changing views towards APs, and the changing pathways, the multitude of pathways that we can offer students in terms of fulfilling their goals. And I think that's what we're seeing. There's a change in attitude towards APs. When we sat at the Arcadia table with the principal and with the superintendent, the assistant superintendent, what was said, and I think verbatim, if I'm wrong, Trustee Wang, our students are now choosing to go to PCC. Literally, that's what they are choosing PCC first, rather than as a second option. And that is one of the reasons why they said, yes, we have to have this partnership, because our students are choosing to go to PCC for the multitude of different reasons. Financially, can't go, all these different reasons. And they're listening to their students that we should make this stronger partnership. So on all of these levels, what we are providing, we're at a perfect point here to catch all of these students and all of these schools when they're transitioning to this different idea of what they want. Wow, there's a lot of questions. I think that's it. That's the next. I'm the next one too. Okay, so here is the appetite that we're talking about. These numbers. We want to thank the institutional effectiveness for making a dashboard. We have a dashboard with all these numbers. And again, the numbers that you see here, right in the middle of the pandemic, right? Students enrolled, 2018, 2019, 361. The following year, I think that's quadruples in number. 2020, 2021, 1362, and is continually going up. These first 3 years was basically Dr. Torres and Carlos literally carrying this entire program on their back. And I remember when we asked for my position as chair, one of the reasons why I asked is I walked into Rosemead, and Carlos and Dr. Torres were not out of their minds, but it was like they were scrambling to fill classes. And I just asked, can I help? Can I help you? And they're like, yeah, can you do this and that? These numbers went up so quickly that they were caught on their heels, and they were able to fulfill it just by the skill of these incredible staff members to be able to satisfy the demands. 2021, 2022, 1,700 again is going up, but we just ran the numbers today in numbers of courses. You can see in 2018, 2019, 17, 2020, 2021, 2022, 98, 2022, 2023, 120. So we've gone up 20% in 1 year. So I think that's not appetite, right? I mean, that is, we can't give them enough. And we're at this tipping point now where if it goes any more, it's like, I don't know how we're going to do it. Yes?
I mean, these numbers are obviously incredible, and it's exciting to see growth, especially when we're looking at these years where we are in a pandemic. And you talked about, this is an explosion of growth even during a pandemic. How do you think the pandemic has impacted the work of educational partnerships and dual enrollment? And has that shifted your approach or your mission at all in this work?
I think that the way that the pandemic helped with the increase in these numbers is that there was a lot of offerings that were online, so it was very convenient for students. I think something that's really important to mention about these, the dual enrollment students, is they're in the community, they're going home every day, they're not, they're not renting a room or renting an apartment on their own, so they're going home and they're telling people about it. So I think the word is spreading within the community and it's gaining popularity. Also, there's natural competition with some of the schools, right? So, well, they're doing it, well, we want to do it too. So that's what we're seeing more and more, where Gabrielino is now hopping on board, and we know that there's going to be more outreach to our department to mention that they want to also join in with dual enrollment. So I think a lot of it is, of course, people within the community just mentioning it casually, and I think it's just taking off exponentially, as you can see.
Thank you.
To go on Renee's point, again, I think this is also one of those programs, we spoke about it today and yesterday, where PCC is going right into the homes. All of my children were concurrent enrollment students, every single one. And I have one right now who's a junior taking 3 classes here at PCC. So I know the power of high school students saying that they are concurrently enrolled or having dual enrollment courses. It creates an energy as they're already doing their college work. And so much pressure is being placed on students. The mental health part is something that we're not presenting tonight, but the empowerment that these students get by understanding that they're already on their path in college. They're already there. And making that example to other students and other families. Most of the families at Gabrielino know that I teach at PCC, so I get those questions. How can I get my student enrolled? This is a momentum that's just going to continually grow as APs are being challenged, and there are these other pathways to, again, just like what Trustee Wang talked about at Arcadia. If he would have known the options that he would have had, he would have felt better about his pathway. And I'm sorry, I don't want to embarrass anybody, but it was incredibly powerful to see somebody who wishes that they would have had that opportunity, and also the idea that Pasadena City College was off the table. And what we're trying to do here in dual enrollment, and what I've been doing for years at Gabrielino, is making Pasadena City College the option they can't avoid, either now or in the future. And dual enrollment gets us right in there, because the kids are taking classes after school, going home, and talking to their parents, right? So all of your districts have high schools that we're working on, and we're getting right into those homes and really making these numbers will just continue to grow, and our influence in the community will continue to grow. Is that it? Or am I talking too much? I don't know. Okay.
I also wanted to just give a quick example. Carlos and I got visited by one of the athletic coaches from Muir as they introduce students that are potentially wanting to come to Muir and play sports, etc. They are using dual enrollment as a selling point for their schools. And so that's just something I wanted to point out, that they're kind of using it as a you'll get a great athletic exposure, but also, you're going to have these wonderful classes and that they're going to be able to take during the school day for Northwest, which is offered during the school day. So here's some of our student demographics. As you can see, it's very, very reflective of our district. We have an increased rate of students of color, especially, that are taking advantage of these programs. And every year you can see that the numbers change a bit, but all in all, it's a very diverse, the diverse offerings is a lot of students from underrepresented communities as well are taking advantage of dual enrollment. And again, once they do these dual enrollment classes, they are PCC students. And as I've been helping students recently in the last couple of weeks, just get online, getting on their Canvas, et cetera, and giving them their PCC email address and giving them their PCC student ID number, I let them know, like, you're a ninth grader today. When you come to PCC, if you so choose to, this is still going to be your email address. This is still going to be your student ID number. And even in talking with some of the counselors today from Northwest or from near that we work with at Northwest, they're wanting students to now get student ID cards, just to kind of give them that connection. So that's something that we're planning in the future, just to further that connection that they understand that they are Lancers.
I have a question.
Yes.
As you look at these percentages, and certainly you see some that have increased and ebbed and flowed throughout the years. If you look at the Latinx numbers, it went from 61% down to 55%, back to 63%, and now it's down to 43%. That's a pretty substantial drop by 20%. Any idea as to what transpired here, and what are the efforts to either re-engage or increase those student participation?
Absolutely. So that's a great question, and that's something that I can kind of think on and email you. But if I was to take a guess, it may have something to do with the new schools that we're getting that may not have that same demographic of student. But I don't know that for sure, so don't all the way quote me on that. And I could kind of figure that out, or our team could figure that out.
You were right on.
Oh, okay. Hey, 3 weeks. Was there anything else?
Okay. You saw the numbers in the number of classes. Each class is another faculty person, right? You're increasing. You have 50 classes. You have 120 classes. That means you're increasing 30 faculty, 40 faculty. One of the things that the dual enrollment has been able to do is professional development for our faculty to make them more effective in the classroom to teach high school students. It is probably the biggest reason why Raquel asked me to be chair, to liaison between our faculty and the challenges, right, that they have in teaching high school students. So what was developed was a workshops given by Dr. Rosemary Hendricks, who is a high school faculty and a professor of education at Cal State LA, where she gave these focused workshops on dealing with adolescent age development, classroom engagement and behavior, pedagogy, diversity, equity, and inclusion, all these different ideas to help faculty combat the challenges that they have in teaching high school students. Many faculty, it was hard transition, right? Coming from being here on this campus with all adults and now going into a classroom, teaching the same course to a different age group. So there's a lot of challenges in doing that. And what I've been doing is now, because a lot of our new hiring for this year, we're putting right in the announcement that dual enrollment may be one of the responsibilities that you have. We pushed for that because there are faculty who, in being adjuncts, the beginning of their careers, did a lot of dual enrollment. And I've been looking for those faculty and sending out emails and making connections for people who have already had this type of experience. So they're coming in. I think it was last Friday, we had Eduardo Cairo had a conference here, actually in this room, and he had a panel. One of the panelists, Arturo Cepeda, is one of our dual enrollment adjuncts. So when Dr. Andra Jonas was here, I said, hey, I found this guy and he's teaching now at Pasadena High. And he was amazing. And when I asked him, we interviewed him here, and I said, hey, do you do dual enrollment? He goes, I'm there, man. Where you need me. I've been doing it for years. You know, I know how to connect with those students. And he really has. He's been absolutely amazing. So recruitment for faculty that already have this kind of experience, professional development for faculty. We created a whole program. Dr. Torres has created this entire program to help faculty be engaged. And now we have, during Flex Day, we have an orientation for our faculty. So our first one was in this past semester. And again, Dual Enrollment wants to thank Dr. Ramirez and Dr. Andrew Jonas because they've really, really, really supported us when we're asking, hey, we need a little help here and there. They've always said, of course. And none of this would have happened without that kind of support.
Excuse me, for the sake of time, may
Yes.
I ask you to continue and just look at to wrap it up? Yep.
Sure.
So as soon as you can.
I think we're almost there, right?
Yeah, so just really quickly, we've tried to infuse some more student support in dual enrollment program as we've continued to grow. Of course, sometimes with the limitation of staff, it's a little bit of a challenge, but we really rely a lot on our faculty members to communicate either with us in dual enrollment or with high school staff if there's things with students' concerns or ways to support. Our high school staff at our high school partner sites are very integral as well. We're talking the principals, assistant principals, counselors who are supporting students, whether they have issues, if they are kind of falling through the cracks in terms of completing the enrollment process, communicating with myself to make sure we get students enrolled in a timely fashion. All of that really comes as supports for the program. So again, thank you to our instructors and our staff at the high school sites. I've implemented a dual enrollment orientation for students, and while that's difficult to do for all the partners across every semester, we try to make sure first-year students or first-time students really get this dual enrollment orientation where we go over things like taking a college class for the first time, breaking down office hours, the little nuances to taking a college class that differ from your everyday high school class, and those kind of prove to be really effective. We activate Lancer Point with students so that they can kind of be on a good start with that. Of course, sometimes there's delays in that process, but we try to make a concentrated effort to support students in that. We've implemented virtual drop-in hours to be available not just during the day for students, but also after school as well. We also work closely with different services and supports here at PCC. So whether it's connecting students with offices like DSPS here, the success centers, so that they can get more of that support, whether it's in writing, tutoring, things like that. And then this year we focus on what we're calling Mondays at Muir. So at our partners at John Muir Early College Magnet, which we have our classes at the PCC Northwest Satellite Campus. On Mondays, we've tried to be intentional with programming for students. So folks from CORE have been coming out, library services and others to provide workshops for students and support them as well because they are Lancers, they are PCC students, so they should be receiving services too.
I really want to just quickly highlight the John Muir High School Early College Magnet. There's a pathway for IGETC, so we try to, or at the request of Pasadena of John Muir, we focus on IGETC courses mainly. So something that's really unique about this dual enrollment program is that it happens during their school day. So the students are able to go back and forth between PUSD and PCC by just walking through a gate, which is really amazing because we have students that are able to take 1 or 2 classes a semester due to this. So they're getting high school and college credit, of course, but I really want you to look at these numbers. So 2016-17, as you can see, the enrollment was 104 students. There's in 5 years, there's an over 1,000% increase in students that are taking courses at Northwest during the day, and about 45% of all of dual enrollment for PCC is at PCC Northwest. So Northwest right now is 99% dual enrollment courses, and in the future there will be, other courses that are generally for any PCC student, but I really want to focus on that. And then looking at the demographics in regards to race and ethnicity for this past academic year, very reflective of Northwest. These students are outstanding. This is not a program to get an AA, but there's some students that are very determined to do so at Northwest. Also, we have a lot of need, not a lot of need, there's a lot of, I don't want to say demand, but there is a desire to increase these numbers at Northwest. So I just wanted to kind of point that out. And 72% of the seniors, class of 2022, took at least one course. There are some students that graduated with up to 20 units from MIR that are all PCC units. So that's just something I wanted to highlight quickly.
I'm sorry, I have a question. Oh. I have a question. For the courses that they completed, is it as course credit or do they transfer as letter grades?
I'm sorry, say that last part of your sentence.
For the courses completed as in dual enrollment, is it completed as a credit completion or is it as a letter grade for transfer?
So both. So they're getting high school and credit for PCC. So there are students that can graduate and start their many four-year colleges, and including here, as second years or third, depending on their gusto.
Yeah, and just majority of our classes through dual enrollment are UC and CSU transferable courses. So students are getting PCC letter grades as well as high school credit. We also want to quickly highlight our efforts with in partnership with South Pasadena Unified School District. So in addition to after-school classes at South Pasadena High School, this year we started a television and radio pathway with them. Huge shout out to the Division of PCA and the TVR faculty who, before classes started, went out to the site and visited the studio, visited the space to see the equipment that was there and what was needed to offer these classes in an effective and quality way. And we started with a cohort of 50 students across two groups, and they already started with TVR 004 in fall. This semester they're in TVR 014A, and by next year they'll complete 4 classes that will get them close to completing a certificate of achievement in television and radio. And so we're really excited about that. We've already talked with them about next year and doubling the course offerings, so making it available for new students, a new cohort, and continuing on for the existing cohort. And then we have a new partnership that we started this year with South Pasadena Middle School, specifically a 2-year language pathway in Spanish. And so currently there is a cohort of 40 students across 2 groups, and they have already completed Spanish 2 this past fall semester, currently enrolled in Spanish 3. And the plan is for next year to offer those classes again for a new group of students, and then offer Spanish 4 and 5 for the existing cohort. Yes.
Sorry, could I have? Sure. I have a question on Spanish. I would have thought South Pasadena Middle School would have already offered Spanish. Did they?
So this came out of a need that they were expressing they wanted to have, and its group is with dual immersion students. So these students have been taking Spanish classes, being a part of a dual immersion program through elementary school, and at the middle school are starting with the Spanish class. Typically that's done in high school, so we're giving them this college Spanish class at an earlier point because they're ready for that through this dual immersion program. It's a huge credit to South Pasadena Unified and the work they're doing for their students, and they came to us last year in the spring, and we're excited about this. They've been very pleased with how this class has supplemented that for their students, and also the families are very pleased and excited as well.
Thank you.
And the last thing with South Pasadena Unified School District that's in the process is finalizing efforts with our PCC non-credit division to offer mathematics classes to help increase the high school completion rates there. So we're going to work closely with PCC non-credit and South Pasadena Unified to bring classes, non-credit classes to their students and support them as well.
Well, the future, and I think it is surprising, middle schoolers, right? We're right there in the middle school. This past summer, there was a math academy held at Rosemead. Muscatel Middle School is right down the street from Rosemead, and they walked over and they had this nice little camp or academy for for basic skills and getting the students prepared for the years that were coming. Middle schoolers, one of the things that the high schools express is that getting the information to high schoolers is already too late, right? My youngest daughter took her first PCC class as a 7th grader taking Chinese here. So making them understand that PCC is on their path much earlier is something that we have to work a lot harder at. And it will, again, what we're ultimately trying to do is empower the students to be able to take their own path, their own choices. Because one of the things that we need to get the information out there is making them understand the difference between dual enrollment and concurrent enrollment and all the options that they have. So this concludes our presentation, and I just want to say that it has been a pleasure for me as faculty to be working with the group of people that I have for the past 6 years at Rosemead, and that dual enrollment has been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, before we go ahead, you have one more
Oh,
question.
sorry. I know that we're tight on time, but thank you all three of y'all, and of course, Dr. Torres Retana, who's not here today, for this presentation. I just had one really quick question. I mean, we've seen incredible growth in the program over the last few years. Where do you, hopefully in a very quick way, where do you think dual enrollment and educational partnerships is going in the future, and what kind of institutional support is necessary to help support this kind of, quadrupling over the last few years of students enrolled?
Yeah, so that's a great question. A lot of schools are approaching us for more classes, but really we want to be intentional with how we go forward. Tomorrow we have a meeting with Dean Cross, who's going to be meeting with our partners to discuss another television and radio pathway at a different school. We just had a meeting with San Marino High School to discuss the medical arts pathway academy, so that we can kind of be more intentional and more specific with the classes that we're offering, to build out pathways, to build out ways for students to either get certificates, get close to associate's degrees if possible, and really be mindful of what families, what students, what schools are needing, and also what we're able to offer, so that ultimately, as Eloy said, we can empower students to be more ready for things going forward, whether that's coming to PCC or even going straight to the workforce. But yeah, a lot of partners are very pleased with our program and looking forward to more.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I make a request of sending us the classes that each high school are available to each of the high school? Sure. And also in our districts. I remember receiving something like that a couple years ago, and it was really helpful to see the breakdown of classes, high school, and the district.
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Announcements. Oops, no, I went too fast. Superintendent President's report.
Okay, I would like to start by suggesting that we close the meeting in memory and of the victims and families in East Lansing at Michigan State University, which is sad, and it is very difficult, these kinds of situations. I don't think you can do all the training in the world, but I think colleges and universities that experience that kind of event, it takes a long time to recover. We are conducting a lot of emergency operations training, doing a lot of emergency preparedness training here. Actually, every single month, we have one retired firefighter, one firefighter who is his son, Mike Catali, and his son Tim, working with us, getting everyone trained. Mike Catali was a faculty member at Oxnard College. He ran the fire academy there. and it's pretty amazing. We're getting more and more people involved in it, and it's exactly the kind of training we need to have on our campus so that we are as prepared as possible, you know, should we find ourselves in that situation. And it's not just about the potential for active shooter, it's also what do you do if a natural disaster happens? What do you do? There are all kinds of trainings. Actually, at February's training, we all got certified in administering Narcan for a fentanyl overdose, and so, or any opioid overdose. So a lot of people in this room have a little plunger in their bag in case they come upon someone. So we'll share more news about that, but I'm really proud of the amount of work that Candace and Darlene and all of the folks are doing in facilities to get us prepared and trained. I hope everyone enjoyed a long President's Day holiday. It's permissive which weekend colleges take for the 4-day weekend, either this past weekend, which we did, or this coming weekend. So we imagine that some people will think that they have Monday off, but they don't unless they took vacation because they want to stay home with their kids who are home. So just so you know, there's a little bit of confusion. And I want to, again, extend my thanks to Congresswoman Judy Chu and her staff for the Family Resource Center funding. It is really, the Family Resource Center is a really important part of our campus and how we help student parents, and the number of student parents continues to grow. I had a Family Resource Center at Los Angeles Valley College, the first in the state, so I was really excited to bring that here to PCC, and it is just helping so many student parents, so it's really exciting. And I just want to say that the state's COVID-19 emergency declaration should be winding down by the end of this month, I think February 28th. And the federal government is going to make a similar declaration later this spring. As always, though, we are continuing to monitor and respond accordingly, and we are in the process of discussing our vaccine mandate with our shared governance groups around the college, and we'll be bringing a recommendation soon. One change that we will see is we will need to make some changes in terms of the Brown Act and the ability to have meetings, either these meetings or committee meetings by way of Zoom, as well as where individual trustees do those meetings, because it's kind of going back to the old Brown Act, but there are a few differences. More on that, and Alex is on top of this too. We are in the middle of Black Heritage Month at PCC. It's very exciting to see the programming and the events come together. Next in the Distinguished Lecture Series is Dr. Julianne Malveaux, Dean of the College of Ethnic Studies at Cal State University Los Angeles, and that's next Friday, February 24th. And anybody who wants to see what's being offered, that's on our pasadena.edu website /Black Heritage for more. So lots of great events out there. I want to offer congratulations to the PCC forensics team, near and dear to my heart, since I did forensics and speech and debate myself. They took third place in the Community College Sweepstakes Prize at the state tournament last month. More than 250 students from 28 schools around the country participated in that. Rocky Del Castillo and Peter Fang earned first prize individual awards, and there's actually going to be an in-person showcase here on campus on Thursday, March 30th at 6 p.m. in Westerbeck Recital Hall. So if you want to see our fabulous speech team in action, you know, consider joining them. The Community Education Center, our Foothill campus, is hosting a Friends and Family Resource Fair next Wednesday, February 22nd from 11:30 to 2, where they will be showcasing the programs, courses, and services that are available, and there to answer questions. We have been approached by officials at Carnegie Science to build bridges between our two institutions. Carnegie will be coming to Pasadena in a new facility that's going to be built right across the street on Green Street. We may recognize it as one of our former parking lots, but it will be Carnegie Institute. And so we are connecting them with program managers to see where our students can play a role in their advanced biosphere work. That's what they're going to focus that on. And tomorrow I will be traveling at dark 30 in the morning to Monterey, where I'll be presenting at the Asilomar Women's Leadership Conference. I first went to that conference 21 years ago this week. It's hard to believe. It's a really great opportunity for women across the California Community College system who are considering moving up, moving ahead in their leadership roles. And that's, so I'm excited to be part of a panel of very powerful women talking about women's leadership. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Announcements by shared governance representatives and Board of Trustees. Emmanuel?
Good evening, everyone. First, want to publicly thank Trustee Simone Chan for reporting out on behalf of Associated Students last month while some of us were supporting our community of the Pasadena Community College District number 6, as well as for the continued access to PCC's Rosemead Satellite Campus. So thank you, Simone. As many are aware, we've continued to represent our peers with legislative advocacy efforts throughout the nation. So I'd like to thank the ASPCC Lobby Committee members and the associate members that traveled to Sacramento and Washington, D.C. I also want to highlight our ongoing programming plans with the few upcoming events for students to attend. There is a trivia event being planned for the Rosemead campus, which is scheduled for February 28th, and it'll be taking place between 12 and 1 p.m. Just a reminder for anyone interested in joining us, please make use of our PCC shuttle service. Also, the Associated Students Academic Committee has planned an event called Midterm Map to Success, and that is set for March 1st. The goal of that is to engage students with the Student Success Centers available for their support, and it'll operate similar to, well, the theme is pirates, and there will be maps available for students to go and collect like stamps or stickers that will be proof of their participation in order to receive some of the incentives and food. Lastly, there's a movie night being planned for March 16th, but we'll ensure to publicize that once it's all finalized. And that is it for now. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. Matt?
Good evening. So first off, the Management Association would like to welcome the new VP of Student Services, Brenda Ivelisi. I don't know if I'm saying that right. We'd also like to offer our congratulations to Jacqueline Javier for her new permanent assignment as Career Center Manager. This month, the MA will continue to build fellowship by coming together at our monthly MA social on March 2nd. I think we're still determining a spot for that. We have also started planning for Classified Appreciation Day in May. So our committee met today and we're going to be planning something very special for our classified staff. So we're looking forward to that. The Pasadena Black History Parade is this Saturday, and we've heard that Trustee Silver is walking with our PCC veterans in the parade. So on behalf of the MA and as a veteran myself, I just wanted to extend a thank you for that. And we encourage anyone to come out and walk with your Lancers in support of TAPE. And then lastly, the MA board, we've had an opportunity to have lunch with several of the trustees. And so we've met with Trustee Gibson, Trustee Silver, Trustee Martin, and Trustee Wang. We've had some really good conversations, and we thank you for joining us. For Trustee Kwong, Trustee Osterling, and Trustee Chen Lao, we hope we can connect with you guys in the future, and I'll reach out again and see if our calendars can sync up. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Audrey?
Hi, good evening. As Matt just mentioned, the Classified Senate is in the beginning stages of planning Classified Appreciation Week. This will take place the third week of May. We're excited to be collaborating our efforts with the Management Association, the Academic Senate, associated students, and the President's executive team. We look forward to sharing out more details closer to that time. We'd also like to welcome all classified who were board reported this evening. We're especially pleased to welcome Nadia Marquez, who is replacing the position of Judy Benson. Nadia started out as a professional expert working in the areas of EOP&S, professional development, pathways, just to name a few, and has worked this past year as an administrative assistant for the non-credit division. We are very excited to welcome Nadia to the area of instruction as she supports both the academic and classified senates. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Lena?
Good evening. I'm Lena Hicks, librarian and Academic Senate Secretary. Academic Senate President Dr. Gina Lopez sends her regrets for not being able to attend this evening's board meeting. The Nominations and Elections Committee of the Academic Senate has distributed the nomination survey to full-time faculty in preparation for Senate elections for the 2023-2024 school year. And a reading and discussion circle is being planned for the Academic Senate to discuss the book, A Third University is Possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustees report. Trustee Chan.
I would like to begin my report by thanking Congresswoman Chu for the support in our Family Resource Center. And I recognize the goal of our community college is truly to break barrier. And it really hurts me to see that our student parents struggle to accomplish their educational journey just because of the lack of support. So hopefully this funding will really provide the little extra reach and support they need to continue wherever they hope to accomplish. And for the past month, I've attended CCLC Sacramento for a legislative advocacy workshop and the ACCT DC conferences, where I also get to extend my legislative lobby trips to multiple congressmen and congresswomen. And during the trip, I attended the California delegation reception, where I had the honor to get a little chance to speak with former House Nancy Pelosi. That was really exciting. And for the next month, I am expected to continue meet with the ACCT Student Advisory Committee members. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Wang.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to begin by wishing everybody a happy Black Heritage Month, and I'm really excited to see all of the events, and I'm looking forward to participating in some of them this month. And it's so important that we have such robust programming, so I'm really excited to see that. I also wanted to say a belated Happy Lunar New Year. It was really thrilling to participate in our Lunar New Year celebration here on campus. Thank you to all of the many groups on campus that made that possible. And of course, I also want to thank Congresswoman Judy Chu for her grant that she helped with us with get appropriations for with our Family Resource Center. It truly is a really testament to her leadership here in the San Gabriel Valley and her commitment to our college. I also joined Trustee Chan and some of our other trustees in Sacramento and in Washington, D.C. over the last few weeks, where we had the opportunity to advocate on behalf of community college students. And of course, for PCC in Sacramento, we had the opportunity to meet with Assembly members Holden and Mike Fong, as well as Senator Portantino, where we talked about everything from ensuring that we had the support for enrollment outreach and retention of students, to things like ensuring pushing for statewide free transit for K-12 and community college students, as well as in DC, where we met with Congress members Chu, Schiff, and some of us met with Senator Padilla, where we're talking about Pell Grant reform, making sure that Pell Grant actually supports students, things like federal work study and SNAP programs. I also wanted to really quickly thank Simone, who was so not just eloquent, but so convincing, I think, during our lobby trips. And of course, the ASPCC lobby committee, led by Raneem, who really helped add a lot of dynamic information to these really important meetings. And finally, I appreciate Dr. Jonas' mention of adjourning in memory. I'd also like for us to adjourn in memory for the victims of the Monterey Park shooting, which happened just a few weeks ago, right after our last board meeting. Monterey Park obviously is very close to our community here, and we are in the West San Gabriel Valley. We service a lot of students from Monterey Park and Alhambra. Ooh, I thought I was going to get through this. And Monterey Park is a very integral part of not just the Asian American community, but also just of the West San Gabriel Valley more broadly. And of course, I want to recognize the heroism of a former PCC student, Brandon Say, who disarmed a shooter in Alhambra. I had the privilege of meeting him briefly before he was attending the State of the Union in DC as a guest of the White House. Just an incredible act of heroism and bravery for Brandon, and that concludes my report.
Thank you. Trustee Kwan.
I'd like to report out on the wonderful Lunar New Year event that was organized by the PCC staff and the faculty and the students here. You did a wonderful job. It was very organized. You really gave us an opportunity to express a culture where, when I was growing up, it was not something that was publicly acknowledged. And you celebrate your Lunar New Year in private, and you never discussed it among the community because it was not a culture that was well known. So to be able to see it, celebrate it in public, and to have government institution to acknowledge it really is a celebration of our diversity and also of our inclusion. So thank you very much. That was an amazing event.
Thank you. Trustee Osterling.
Thank you. Much of this has been said already, so I'll try to be brief. We had a condensed lobbying season this year with Sacramento and DC back to back. And the students at PCC will be pleased to know that the primary lobbying efforts were for direct student support, whether it was transportation, housing, food, Pell Grants, or work study for our PCC and other community college students. Also attended the Lunar New Year Festival, and it was a great event, and thank you for the invitation. I mentioned it was humbling to speak behind trustees Chen, Wong, and Kwong, who speak beautifully in multiple languages. And lastly, I'll be attending the Black Heritage Parade this Saturday and walking in memory of former City Council member John Kennedy, and I hope to see some of you there. Thank you.
Trustee Martin.
Thank you. We can't control the actions of others, but we can certainly control our reaction to the actions of others. And I want to express my appreciation to, of course, Eloy and Emmanuel, who are here tonight, that last meeting when I was here, attended the El Monte High School District meeting in support of PCC Rosemead. PCC Rosemead has deep and wide community support in the city of Rosemead. It's a source of tremendous pride. I believe every member of the Rosemead City Council attended in favor of support for PCC Rosemead. I believe almost every member of the Rosemead School District attended or supported PCC Rosemead. It's very important to the community of Rosemead, not only because it's a smashing success, but because of the pride of having a college in the city of Rosemead. I'm disappointed when I read articles that sometimes don't give the complete story. As one person who does pay all the El Monte High School District bonds because I live in that district, I did a lot of deep research into the alternatives. This is not an issue of PCC versus a transition program. These are 75 of the most needed students of need in El Monte. And as the parent of a special needs student, I know it's extremely important. But the alternative, PCC Rosemead, though located right between all four community colleges in our San Gabriel Valley, so perfectly located for a community college, is on the fringe of the El Monte High School District. The alternative site is located across the street from the El Monte bus terminal, which is the largest bus terminal and center of transportation in the San Gabriel Valley, a short distance from the Metrolink station in El Monte, and almost virtually across the street from the El Monte High School District. The alternative site for these special needs students in Rosemead is located in the center of the El Monte High School District, which extends all the way down to Mountain View and far below. So using funds to support an improved facility for these students that need it most in the center of the El Monte District, across the street from good transportation sources, just made a lot of sense for that program and is an extremely viable alternative. So I go back to where I started. We cannot control the actions of others, but it is our responsibility to support good quality college education across our district. We know the success of PCC Rosemead. We want to love and work with the El Monte District to accomplish that goal. And in many ways, hopefully our rents can help them in their other goals of helping all the students in need in the El Monte High School District. So again, my deep appreciation to our student leadership, to the many people that attended at the last meeting, and to the members of the El Monte High School District for their support and understanding of the tremendous success and what this is doing for students in Rosemead and the surrounding communities. Thank you.
Trustee Gibson.
Thank you. I want to express my appreciation to be able to attend the African American Trustee Caucus of the Community College League of California award ceremony in Sacramento. That was a wonderful time to see the awards given to Assemblymember Chris Holden and Secretary of State Shirley Weber and others. That was a great opportunity. I also wanted to appreciate an event that happened here on campus with Dr. Chike Akua for Black History Month. He gave a wonderful presentation, and so I really want to commend the efforts of those who brought him here, Director Bolin and the other administrators and staff that worked on making that event happen. It was a great presentation to hear. I'd like to talk a little bit about the future. This coming Saturday, I'll also be walking in the Black History Parade on Fair Oaks in Altadena and Pasadena on Saturday morning starting at 10. So everybody who can come, please attend. Later that day, there's opening of a new bookstore in Pasadena, Octavia's Bookshelf, dedicated to Octavia Butler and featuring works of BIPOC authors and creatives. I'll have 2 books featured there. Later Saturday also is a day of remembrance for the Japanese Americans who were wrongly incarcerated during World War II. So there'll be an event at 2 p.m. at the Japanese American National Museum. It's a day of remembrance to honor those who were wrongfully incarcerated in World War II. So thank you very much. That concludes my presentation.
Trustee Silver.
I also am speaking to the advocacy trips that we took in Sacramento. We had a wonderful representation with 5 trustees, Trustee Osterling, Gibson, myself, Wong, and Chen were there speaking for our students. And Assemblymember Chris Holden is very present in our community. And we even questioned, do we need to see him? He's here, we connect, we so appreciate each other. But we thought it's worth, well, we'll see. We'll sit with him. And it was worth it. We had a friendly conversation, and he brought up the student transit passes that he's attempted to get through legislation a few times and came so close last year with Governor Newsom striking it out. And in the conversation and talking about our students, especially at PCC, right off the Gold Line and on major bus routes, how important transit is for our students. And I believe we helped nudge him into what he is now doing and re-proposing legislation for transit, free transit for students. So if that legislation comes to fruition, he said letters and emails are helpful, so please advocate for that. It will be good for our students. At the federal level, again, you think, Congressman Schiff, Congresswoman Chu, they know us, they like us, all true. But when we sat with them, we had, again, a fruitful conversation about Pell Grant. For example, California community colleges are the least expensive community colleges in the nation. Pell Grants are only to cover tuition fees, tuition fees. Because our tuition is so low, you can have students eligible for full Pell Grant that they are taxed on because tuition and fees is below the amount of their Pell Grant compared to other states that have very high tuition. Adam Schiff was very interested in this, and the person that was sitting in the office taking notes, he directed her to please make a note on that, and he would see what he could do legislatively to correct that odd quirk. And another interesting thing that we presented to them is work study numbers were allocated decades ago, and the big four-year university have the lion's share of work study program slots available. For instance, all of California community colleges, 1.8 million students, there are only 10,000 opportunities for work study for our students compared to Harvard and USC, who have a lot. I don't know what the actual number is. So we again presented that in the current Congress where budgeting is an issue. Here's something that could be done to help our students without costing another dollar in taxes by just simply reallocating work study dollars based on need. And both legislators were very interested in that. So it was a wonderful experience, and we think we made a difference for our students.
Trustee Chen, though, I just want to say that PCC will be well represented this Saturday because I will also be in the Black History Parade in a car.
We should have the parade here.
I know. We're going to be very well represented.
That's terrific. Thank you. Well, I would like to report on several things. One is that we're only in the second month of the year, and we have experienced 5 mass shootings nationwide. Right, my heart breaks for all the victims, their families, and the communities. I mean, Monterey Park is certainly close to my heart because I grew up there. My grandparents bought a house there in the 60s, and to achieve their American dream, it's a middle-class community, immigrant community, where people want to get a better life, live in a better place. And it's just been devastating to see what's transpired in that community, but at the same time, seeing the resilience and leadership and courage that came out of that community. So I can certainly understand Trustee Wang's emotions tonight here on the dais. I would also like to acknowledge my colleagues for their time, thoughtfulness, and courage in doing the right thing and making hard decisions. It's not easy to admit that we make mistakes. And we also have the courage to correct those mistakes. So it was very heartening to see that a majority of my colleagues on this board value transparency, accountability, and the law that governs how we govern as a board. So while we may not agree on all the issues or even some of the issues, I do appreciate that my colleagues respect the law and respect good governance. And my final report is that I'd like to give a shout out to the PCC baseball team. They had a walk-off home run just last week, and they're going to be playing, I think, LA City College tomorrow on Jackie Robinson Field at Brookside. And I want to wish them all the best, especially as we enter Black History Month. We know what Jackie Robinson means to PCC and to the community. And it would be an honor to watch PCC's team play on Jackie Robinson Field. So thank you. So we have proposed future board business meeting dates.
You have the retreat tentatively scheduled for Saturday, March 4th. That was the third of 3 dates that were sent out, and I believe Armina got 6 out of 7 trustees, and then you approved the date, and so we have the venue reserved, and and Armina has sent out a reminder calendar invite this evening.
I'd like to propose a change in the March meeting date to March 8th for the next board meeting, general meeting.
We're all checking our calendars right now. But Armina, let me just say that for you to get 6 out of 7 trustees to respond to the board retreat date was an immense effort, so thank you for doing that. For March 8th, does anybody have any conflict?
I'll have to come late.
Okay. Anybody else have any conflict?
Still getting to it.
Works for me.
Yes for Osterling, yes for Martin.
No, I don't know yet. I'm
Okay.
having trouble getting to it. That's a Wednesday?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Had my phone off.
It works for me.
Okay.
It works for me.
Well, obviously,
Oh.
you proposed.
It does not work
One who
for me.
requested it,
I
so
have
one would
I have
hope.
another board meeting that night.
It won't work for Trustee Martin. Works for Gibson. How about Trustee Chan?
It works for me.
Okay.
Can we start it later?
We can start it later depending on our agenda, but we can move for a closed session to start at 5 so that we can move the rest of the meeting to later.
Okay.
Okay.
You're talking about moving the 15th, the one on the 15th later?
Yes, to the 8th, and the meeting time later. We usually start at 4, so
I'm not available at all on the 8th. Whether it starts at 4 or starts at 5, it's not going to matter to me because it's still going to go right through my other meeting.
How about March 29th?
Do we have any urgent?
I can't.
Well, that's pretty late into the
For-
month, and so if
No,
today is the 15th, that means it would be 6 weeks till we would get any
Oh.
classified people approved.
So it's the 8th or the 15th.
Well, which trustee do you like more?
Well, I'm not going to answer that. I'm going to be
Yeah.
diplomatic. Why don't we do a coins toss?
I mean, on the 15th, depending on the time, I might be able to video conference in, but
Okay.
maybe not all of the meeting.
Okay.
Would it help if we started later?
It actually would help if you started earlier
So
in the afternoon.
on the 15th, can you do it a little earlier on the 15th? Yeah, you guys can do it earlier on the 15th?
Yes.
Okay.
By 1 hour, maybe.
Okay, 3 o'clock.
3?
Yeah, okay.
I can do as much as I can.
3, okay.
Okay.
Yes. All right. Yay, we have consensus. Great. So March 15th, board meeting will start at 3. All right, so proposed future agenda items?
I'd like to propose consideration for a Centennial Advisory Ad hoc Committee.
Okay.
Yeah. Can we hear how the Seraphian building is doing?
Okay. And else?
I'd like to see another report about vaccination requirement, progress on that.
All right, great.
I just want to clarify the vaccination requirement. Are you referring to students, employees, or both students and employees?
Both, if possible, sure.
Okay, great. So, any other items on the? Okay. Well, your favorite part is adjournment. So, a motion to adjourn in memory of the Michigan State shooting victims, as well as Monterey Park shooting victims.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, great. Find my gap. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.